The women I slept with. I suspected my wife of cheating on me, and I met Liang Li, a wealthy woman, during the process of catching her cheating. Since then, I have been like a fish in water, rising in the workplace, and reaching the pinnacle of wealth, and I have also smelled the fragrance of women. Chapter 1: The First Signs of My Wife's Infidelity. I met Liang Li, this mature and beautiful woman, during a sudden affair capturing incident. It was purely by chance. Like most other city office workers, I had a small employee salary and lived with my wife in a mortgaged apartment. Our child stayed with my parents in our hometown. I never thought about meeting wealthy people or joining their ranks. All my friends were also from the working class. My wife and I lived a peaceful life. Mainly, I have a good personality and am capable in the bedroom, so our married life was harmonious. We've been together for 5 or 6 years. However, one day I discovered that my wife had an unusual relationship with a man. I vaguely sensed that she might be cheating on me. Who was this man? When I found out, I was shocked. This man was wealthy and powerful. He was no ordinary person. While I was investigating whether my wife had an affair with this man, I met his wife, Liang Li. Unknowingly, I became entangled with Liang Li, unable to pull myself out. Liang Li told me she was interested in me and wanted to be with me. My mind was in turmoil. Should I end my current marriage? Was my wife really cheating on me? If I divorced her, could Liang Li succeed in divorcing her husband? The story began when my wife changed jobs. My wife, Wang Chunyang, had worked as a cosmetics salesperson. One day, she excitedly told me that she had received an offer to work at an Audi 4S dealership, where she would sell Audi cars. She was determined to become a top saleswoman, selling 10 or so A8s worth millions and 30 or so A6s worth 500,000 each per month. When she told me this, I was stunned, feeling like the sky had collapsed. I had a premonition that I was about to lose her. She was too beautiful. Her figure was smoking hot, her skin as white as snow, a busty front and curvy back, standing at 1.65 meters with a high nose bridge and large eyes. She had been the village beauty back home. With looks like that, she would always attract attention from men on the streets, and they would go home thinking about her. If my wife worked at the Audi 4S dealership, she'd be selling luxury cars to wealthy clients, business owners, entrepreneurs, and wealthy men. In our city, where manufacturing is booming, many factories are rising, and luxury cars are everywhere. The streets are filled with flashy and rich bosses. At first, I strongly opposed it. I asked her to reject the job and find something else. She immediately became angry and asked me, why should I reject it? Is it because you're afraid those rich men will steal me away? She then promised me that she was loyal and would never betray me for any wealthy boss. Upon hearing her promise, I became angry and said, your promise means nothing. What if one day a man offers you a huge sum of money, asking you to divorce me and become his mistress? At that point, you won't be so calm, and all those promises will be forgotten. She was even angrier, glaring at me and asking, what did you say? Are you accusing me of being that kind of woman? I am not. You are insulting my character. I lowered my head, admitting that I had spoken wrongly. She then softened and asked me how we would cover the family's expenses if she didn't take this job. Our apartment was not in a great area, quite shabby, in fact, but the rent was high. I had borrowed money from my parents to pay the down payment, and now I had to pay off the mortgage every month. Plus, we had to send money back to my hometown for my daughter's future. She had only graduated from a technical secondary school and was lucky to find a clerical or sales job, so she wouldn't have to work in a factory. As for me, I was a high school graduate. Through family connections, I had managed to land a management position, which I was content with. However, the company I worked for was a private machinery factory, which was not doing well and could go bankrupt at any time. She then scolded me. At first, my family thought you were honest and asked me to marry you. You promised to take care of me. But now, what can you offer? You can't even support me. I'm going to make my own money. Are you upset? After she said that, her eyes stared straight at me. I was completely speechless, realizing that I couldn't make more money, and our family's finances were always tight. But now that my wife had this sales job, it seemed like it would bring in a lot of money. As long as I kept an eye on her and didn't let other men think they had a chance, everything would be fine. I eventually agreed. In the first few days after she started her new job, I would rush to her Audi dealership as soon as I finished work. I'd watch her interact with potential customers, then drive her home after half an hour. At home, I would eagerly rip off her uniform and take her to bed. My thinking was that since I can compete with others in terms of money, status, or social standing, I'd conquer her in bed. During those days, I made sure my wife was fully satisfied in ways she had never experienced before. But my thinking turned out to be naive. A man can't conquer a woman this way, at least not his own wife. The more I tried, the more she seemed to tire of it. And the more pleasure she had, the more she wanted new experiences. We tried every position, scenario, and even bought various costumes. It seemed like she wanted more, and perhaps the only way to satisfy her was to change partners. While this was just my thought, I slowly began to realize it was true. Eventually, I also had fleeting thoughts of finding someone else, but I quickly dismissed them, thinking it was foolish. I couldn't abandon my family and my marriage, it would hurt my parents and daughter too much. However, the situation developed in an unexpected direction. One day, as I was heading downstairs to drive my old car to work, the building manager, Uncle Zhang Cheng, came up to me. He had always been friendly, asking about my day and chatting with me whenever we crossed paths. His face was always smiling, and he had a laid-back, peaceful demeanor. "Han-yun, are you getting ready for work?" "I need to tell you something," Zhang Cheng said, pulling me aside with a mysterious air. I was caught off guard. "What's up, Uncle Zhang?" He lowered his voice and said, "This is something I didn't want to tell you, but I feel like I should. You need to prepare yourself." My smile immediately faded. I asked urgently, "How big is this? Is it something I can't handle?" Zhang Cheng whispered, "Yesterday afternoon, your wife, Xiao Yang, came back to the neighborhood in a nice car. A man in his 40s or 50s was driving. They got out of the car, laughing and talking, and went upstairs. They were probably heading to your place." My heart sank. I rushed to ask, "Wait, are you saying that my wife brought a man into our house? When did this happen? How long were they upstairs?" I was practically shaking, desperate for an answer, as if I would explode if he didn't tell me right away. Zhang Cheng continued, "It was around noon yesterday. They were only upstairs for about 10 minutes before they came back down." I was burning with jealousy, trying to keep calm. Zhang Cheng probably thought his answer would soothe me, but to me, 10 minutes in a closed space could mean a lot. I controlled my emotions and asked, "Are you sure? 10 minutes? Could it have been more? What exactly happened?" Zhang Cheng was sincere, but not very good with numbers. He could only estimate, saying, "It was about 10 minutes, I'm sure." I didn't believe it was exactly 10 minutes. It could have been 15 or even 19 minutes. But for now, I thanked him and rushed upstairs. Since my wife and I had different work schedules, I usually left at 7 and arrived by 7:30, while she didn't need to leave until 8:30. So, I couldn't give her a ride to work. She was still asleep when I got home. I glanced at the time, there was no more room for delay. I needed to find out the truth from her immediately. Looking at my wife, still fast asleep in only her underwear, I felt a mix of emotions. I didn't want to wake her, but she seemed to be having a dream and murmured sensually, "No, no." I didn't know what her dream was about, but I knew it wasn't about me. Unable to resist, I gently touched her soft body, and when she didn't react, I pressed harder. Finally, she woke up, her eyes wide open with anger, shouting, "Han-yun, what are you doing? I told you not to touch me in the morning. Don't you have to go to work?" Chapter 2, The Man's True Identity. Although I was filled with doubt and frustration, I still maintained a calm demeanor in front of my wife. After all, I'm a husband who hasn't earned much money, so I naturally have to lower myself to maintain this relationship. Even though, right now, I'm suspicious that my wife may be cheating. "Chunyang, I'm not trying to make a scene right now." I spoke softly to my wife, holding back the multitude of questions I wanted to ask. My wife's face turned red, and she angrily confronted me, "Then why did you touch my body earlier? You say you didn't have any intention. You took advantage of me while I was sleeping. Are you some kind of pervert? Didn't you have enough last night?" I knew that between husband and wife, there was no such thing as crossing boundaries, and my wife was just expressing her disgust at my sneaky behavior, but hearing her accuse me of being a pervert made me really angry. I thought to myself, "I'm your husband, can't I touch you? Have you given your heart to another man while you're asleep and completely forgotten about me?" Taking a deep breath, I sternly said to her, "Chunyang, since you've brought this up, I need to ask you, do you still think of me as your husband? Do you still want to stay with me? Or have you already decided to be with another man?" Seeing my serious expression, my wife's furious look disappeared, and she looked at me in surprise, asking, "What's going on with you? I was just teasing you, why are you bringing up something like that? Why wouldn't I want to stay with you? If I didn't, would I still be sleeping in the same bed with you, letting you?" At this point, her face flushed even redder, and she turned her face away. Last night, my wife had been very accommodating, letting me indulge in my raw desires without resistance. I could adopt whatever position I wanted, and she never objected. I pursued my pleasure with wild abandon while she enjoyed herself, and I, too, felt an unprecedented sense of achievement. But the moment I heard Zhang Cheng's words, I learned that there was another man involved, and I no longer felt the peace I had after last night's activities. Perhaps everything my wife had shown was just a performance for my sake. One day, when she decides to be with that man, she'll suddenly ask for a divorce, and I'll be left in the dark. I feared that this might happen, so I became anxious. Even the slightest hint of infidelity from my wife had to be clarified. I didn't want to wake up one day, only to find she had already fallen for someone else, asking for a divorce. By then, it would be too late, and I regret not acting sooner. However, when I voiced this long bottled up question, my wife thought I was overthinking things, imagining things out of nowhere. I asked her, "Who is that man? Tell me." Then I recounted everything Zhang Cheng had told me this morning, the luxury car that picked her up yesterday afternoon, and how she went upstairs with the man who drove her. They stayed up there for over 10 minutes. Just as I was about to continue questioning my wife about what happened during those 10 minutes, she let out a cold laugh, looking helpless. She said to me, "You're suspicious because of that. Let me tell you, that man is an important customer at our Audi dealership. The manager specifically asked me to take good care of him. He wanted to test drive a sports car, and as a salesperson, I had to accompany him. We were driving, and we ended up in our neighborhood. I mentioned how great the landscaping was, so he wanted to come in and take a look." Hearing this explanation, I tried to keep my anger in check and asked her, "And then, looking around, he asked if anyone was home, and you invited him inside. What happened then?" "Nothing. You're thinking too much. Since it was hot outside, I thought the guest might be thirsty. I remembered there's watermelon in the fridge at home, so I invited him upstairs to share some. He didn't refuse, so he agreed." My wife said this firmly and loudly, then glared at me. I knew if I continued to argue, it would only make things worse for our relationship. Though what she said was like adding fuel to the fire, I still controlled my emotions and spoke in a calm voice. "You invited a man home for watermelon, and you're telling me nothing happened. How am I supposed to believe you?" What surprised me was that my wife responded confidently, "Antoine from next door can vouch for it." When we went upstairs, Antoine was coming back from shopping, and she greeted me. I thought it would be nice to have her join us for watermelon, and she didn't refuse. The three of us ate together. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her right now. Her words left me speechless, so I rushed outside, knocked on Antoine's door, and when she opened it, I asked about what happened the previous day. She responded without hesitation, and her version of events was exactly the same as my wife's. At that moment, I finally felt a little calmer. Looking at my watch, I realized I was already late, so I went back home to say a few more words to my wife. At that moment, she was ready, about to brush her teeth. She looked at me coldly and asked, "So? Now you know. You're always so paranoid, what kind of man are you? If Aunt Wang had caught you two coming into their house, I wouldn't have known what might have happened," I said in a low voice. My wife seemed a bit tired of arguing with me and said, "All right, there won't be a next time. I promise, I won't bring a man home again, especially not to eat watermelon. Can you relax now?" Even though she gave me this promise, my mind was still filled with doubts. I thought, why would she randomly bring a man home? Maybe this man had made her interested in him. If she had more opportunities to meet him, it would be a dangerous situation. But I knew that continuing to argue would accomplish nothing and only damage our relationship. In the end, I gave up and decided to go to work. As I drove to work, I found myself lost in thought. Suddenly, it occurred to me that my wife hadn't really explained who that man was or what he did. Perhaps my constant questioning about this issue made it seem like I was conjuring up an imaginary enemy, trying to figure out how much of a threat this man posed. Suddenly, I felt a heavy pang in my heart. If he was an important customer at their Audi dealership, then he was likely a boss with considerable influence. He couldn't be just anyone, he had to be someone significant. With this uneasy feeling, I went to work, unable to focus. By noon, I decided to drive to the Audi dealership where my wife worked. Although I assumed she wouldn't be going out for a test drive with any clients, I still felt the need to check. I wanted my wife to realize that I could show up at any time for a surprise inspection, hoping it would make her more cautious in the future. Additionally, I planned to ask her colleagues about the customer she accompanied for a test drive yesterday. If I could check the records, I might be able to figure out who that man was. Since I usually picked up my wife from work, the staff at the Audi dealership knew me as her husband. They greeted me respectfully when they saw me. One young female staff member, named Meng Xiaoqing, had a good relationship with my wife and was especially friendly to me. Meng Xiaoqing was almost as beautiful as my wife, and for a married man like me, she was an irresistible temptation. I had heard that men are often attracted to women outside their marriage, and I couldn't deny that. However, I had never planned to pursue a relationship with Meng Xiaoqing. The only reason I was trying to get closer to her was to use her as an informant, someone who could keep an eye on my wife and report back to me. Since it was lunchtime, the staff at the dealership had a break. While my wife and Meng Xiaoqing were chatting, my wife suddenly excused herself to go to the bathroom, leaving me alone with Meng Xiaoqing at a small round table. This gave me an opportunity. I noticed there was no one around, so I took the chance to lean toward Meng Xiaoqing and whispered, "Xiaoqing, I need to ask you something. Has Chunyang been targeted by some boss recently? The property manager in our neighborhood told me that a boss drove a luxury car to pick her up and brought her upstairs to our place." Meng Xiaoqing widened her eyes and laughed, jokingly saying, "Is that true? You'd better investigate, maybe hire a private detective." I immediately told her to stop joking and said I was serious. I explained that when I asked my wife about it, she said the man was a major client at their Audi dealership and was test driving a luxury sports car. I wanted to know if there was any special client who visited their dealership yesterday, and if my wife had accompanied him on the test drive. Meng Xiaoqing thought about it for a few minutes, then nodded thoughtfully and smiled at me, saying, "It's probably not a coincidence. Yesterday, there was indeed a major client who wanted to test drive the R8 sports car. I originally wanted to compete with Chunyang for the sale because a deal like that would have brought in a commission of over 200,000 yuan. But in the end, the client preferred talking to Chunyang, so I didn't have a chance." I was immediately anxious and asked Meng Xiaoqing who the client was. She replied that the man was very influential in the local business community, the vice president of the Mechanical Trade Association, and his name was Hichelon. He was extremely wealthy, with a factory employing thousands of people, and his net worth was likely over 1 billion yuan. Seeing the shock on my face, Meng Xiaoqing laughed and said, "Don't worry, mister, he is very well-mannered and respectable. He's in his 50s. Are you really worried Chunyang would leave you for him?" Out of the apartment. Chapter 4, Encounter with a Mature Beauty. When I heard my wife's voice, I felt relieved. But then I realized she was using someone else's phone, so I asked her breathlessly, "How did you get to the hospital? Did you take a taxi?" My wife has no means of transportation and takes the bus to work, so I really don't know how she gets to the People's Hospital, which is at least half an hour away from our community. At this time, taking a taxi is very dangerous for any woman. My wife once said that she dare not take a taxi at night, let alone in the middle of the night. At this time, the wife seemed to be lost in thought and did not reply for a long time. After a while, she replied, "A friend took me to the hospital." "Who?" I asked my wife quickly. However, the answers I got were very vague. My wife just said, "Don't ask me about this. I'm already in the hospital. I'll be fine after an injection and will be back soon. You should go to bed early and don't worry about me. I have too many questions in my mind, and I just want to ask them thoroughly." I first asked my wife why she used someone else's phone to call me when she clearly had her own cell phone with her, and whose phone was she using. My wife told me that her cell phone had a problem and the sound was not clear, so she could not use her own cell phone and could only use the doctor's cell phone. Then I asked my wife why she couldn't tell me who took her to the hospital and why there was such a secret between husband and wife. However, my wife told me that it was because I was suspicious and prone to misunderstanding, so she would explain it to me after returning home. I felt that something was wrong and thought my wife was lying to me, but I finally agreed to my wife's request and told her on the phone that I didn't want to bother with her anymore. However, after hanging up the phone, I ran to the parking spot of my Shirley car as fast as I could, got into the car, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator and steered the wheel hard, and drove out of the community. When the security guard Xiaowan saw that it was me, he immediately opened the gate of the community. I wanted to rush to the People's Hospital as quickly as possible to see if my wife was really there. If not, then she was lying and had completely deceived me as her husband. When I arrived at the People's Hospital, I found it extremely deserted, in stark contrast to the usual bustle during the day. I thought to myself, since my wife called using the doctor's cell phone, I would just call that number directly and ask the doctor which department he was in, so that I could find him quickly. But when I found the doctor, I was told that there was indeed a woman who came to see a doctor, but she was not given an for or any medicine. The doctor just briefly examined her tongue and found nothing serious, so the woman left. I quickly asked the doctor what the woman looked like and whether she had anyone with her. The doctor shook his head and said he couldn't remember clearly, and as a doctor, he had no obligation to tell me these things, and said that if I wasn't here to see a doctor, I shouldn't waste his time. I walked out of the hospital helplessly, thinking about asking my wife about it when I got home. However, just as I was walking towards my broken Shirley and wanted to drive home, I suddenly saw a scene in front of me that surprised me so much that I was speechless. Not far away, I saw a luxury Mercedes-Benz being chased by a red sports car. Sitting in the red sports car was a mature woman, and it was obvious that she was quite angry. I immediately moved my gaze quickly again and looked into the luxury Mercedes-Benz. I vaguely saw that there was a man and a woman sitting in the luxury Mercedes-Benz that was being chased. The man seemed to be old, while the woman was very young, and from her outline, she looked very much like my wife. Normally, if I saw two cars chasing each other on the road, I wouldn't think anything of it, thinking that they were just idiots competing with each other in driving skills. But now it was past 2 in the morning, and I saw a sports car driven by a woman chasing a Mercedes-Benz that was obviously driven by a man. I thought this scene was quite thrilling. What made me feel even more thrilling was that the beauty sitting in the Mercedes-Benz car was so similar to my wife that I couldn't believe it. At this moment, I didn't hesitate at all and immediately drove my Shirley car in the direction of the two cars. However, the performance of my Shirley car was so weak compared with these imported luxury cars. No matter how hard I stepped on the accelerator, I could not increase the speed. The Mercedes-Benz and the imported sports car in front of me kept speeding at a high speed and slowly threw me more than 10 meters away. Just when I thought I couldn't catch up this time, I found that the black Mercedes-Benz turned a corner and turned into a tree-lined path. I am very familiar with this tree-lined path because it is not far from my workplace. Coincidentally, this tree-lined path is under reconstruction, so the road surface is uneven and there are some gravel or asphalt, which will make it difficult for a Mercedes-Benz to run fast, no matter how powerful it is. Thinking of this, I no longer felt inferior about my Shirley car and quickly stepped on the accelerator to catch up. Soon, the red sports car also chased into the tree-lined path, closely following the Mercedes-Benz, and I was behind the red sports car. As I expected, due to the narrow and difficult road, the Mercedes-Benz slowed down significantly and moved forward at a snail's pace. The red sports car was less than half a meter away from the Mercedes-Benz. It tried several times to find a gap and overtake the Mercedes-Benz. However, it was not an easy task to stop it because the Mercedes-Benz was large in size and had a tough shell, so the red sports car had no way to move behind it. I noticed that although the boulevard was narrow, there was a patch of grass next to it. If I drove on the grass, overtook the Mercedes-Benz and stopped sideways in front of it, as long as the man driving the Mercedes-Benz braked in time, the final result would probably be that my car would be safe, but the man and woman in the Mercedes-Benz would be caught red-handed. So I made up my mind, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the grass. Soon, I was driving side by side with the red sports car. At this time, I couldn't help but turn my head to look at the driver in the sports car, because I wanted to convey a message to the driver that at this moment we both had the same goal, which was to stop the Mercedes-Benz. When I turned my head to look at the driver, I was stunned, because I saw a beautiful face I had never seen before. Slightly covered by the charming hair, the face seemed white and plump, as delicate as the white of a freshly cooked egg. This woman looked to be only 30 years old at most. Her eyes were more delicate and beautiful than any other woman's eyes I had ever seen. There was a firmness in her eyes, yet tenderness as she looked at me. She seemed to really realize that I was on the same side as her and nodded to me. I was encouraged and immediately stepped on the accelerator again to speed up the Xiaoli car, trying to overtake the Mercedes-Benz car and then stop horizontally in front of the Mercedes-Benz car. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I kept accelerating and finally surpassed the Mercedes-Benz. However, just as I was about to grit my teeth and twist the steering wheel violently to throw the whole car towards the Mercedes-Benz, the man in the Mercedes-Benz obviously discovered my crazy Xiaoli car, and he immediately accelerated the Mercedes-Benz. Although the heavy and slender Mercedes-Benz would vibrate constantly when running fast on such a bumpy road, it could still maintain its speed. As a result, I failed to stop in front of the Mercedes-Benz as I had imagined, but the front of the Xiaoli car hit the body of the Mercedes-Benz. I was immediately shocked, thinking that if it happened under normal circumstances, the responsibility for the traffic accident would be entirely mine, and I would have to bear all the losses in repairing the Mercedes-Benz. If the man wanted to stop the car and rob me, I really didn't know how to clean up the mess, and I would probably go bankrupt. However, what I could not have imagined was that after being hit, the Mercedes-Benz did not stop, but instead sped up, and eventually escaped in the series of collisions without paying any attention to me. Next, something even more unexpected happened. Because I turned the steering wheel too hard, after hitting the Mercedes-Benz, I collided with a red sports car that was chasing us from behind and failed to brake in time. In the end, the two cars collided violently and both died. At that moment, I didn't know how serious the collision was, and I couldn't help but scream, "R!" And on the other side, the mature and beautiful woman in the red sports car also screamed in surprise. Fortunately, neither I nor the mature and beautiful woman were injured. "Are you okay?" When the mature beauty got out of the sports car, she immediately walked up to me to see if I was injured. I looked at this mature beauty and shook my head. At this moment, I was not only amazed at her beauty, but also at her figure, which was simply perfect. "Why did you chase that Mercedes-Benz just now? Is it because he is your husband?" I asked this mature beauty. Although I was still very worried, because the woman in the Mercedes-Benz was my wife, and I really didn't know where my wife was going and what she was going to do with that man, but at this moment it was impossible for me to drive the Xiaoli car, so I just wanted to communicate with this mature beauty in front of me before taking further action. Hearing my question, the mature beauty nodded and told me that she suspected her husband was having an affair and that he had not returned home so late, so she looked for him outside. She finally found him in the hospital and discovered that he was driving a woman. I quickly asked again, "Is your husband's name Hichelong?" The mature beauty seemed very surprised. She quickly asked me, "How do you know?" "I guess you are that woman's husband, otherwise you wouldn't chase after her so desperately and try to stop her car." I nodded, feeling indescribable melancholy. At this moment, I have roughly determined that the woman in the Mercedes-Benz is my wife, and the man driving the Mercedes-Benz is the husband of this mature beauty, Hichelong. Thinking that Hichelong might still take my wife to other places to mess around, I was so upset that I immediately said, "No. I have to continue looking for them. I won't allow other men to touch my wife." After saying that, I hurriedly walked into the Xiaoli car and tried to start the engine again, but it wouldn't start. At this time, the mature beauty came up to me and said, "Take my car. Since your car is broken, leave it here. I will find a mechanic to fix it for you tomorrow. It's mine. I won't let you pay a penny." Hearing this, I was so excited that I quickly followed her into the red sports car. As she hurriedly drove the sports car, she told me that her name was Liang Li. She had been trying to find evidence of her husband Hichelong's infidelity so that she could file for divorce. However, Hichelong was alert and cunning, which made her fail again and again. Chapter 5, Fighting with Me. Sitting in Liang Li's sports car, I was extremely anxious, thinking that I had no idea where that man had taken my wife. Perhaps my wife had already been pinned down by someone, gasping for breath. I dared not imagine further, so I anxiously whispered to Liang Li, "Ms. Liang, can you drive faster? At least you can drive around and look for your husband's car." However, at this time, Liang Li suddenly pulled the car over. I couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that she didn't plan to look for him. She didn't care about letting her husband cheat, but as a man, how could I accept such a thing? However, Liang Li hurriedly took out a laptop from the trunk of the car, opened it, and said to me calmly, "Don't worry, I don't think he dares to do anything wrong again. I installed a GPS locator on his car, so I can know where he goes. Now I will check to see where he is." I had never heard of such advanced technical equipment. I turned my head to look at her laptop and found that there was a map on her laptop with a light spot on it that was constantly moving. After a while, Liang Li's eyelashes opened and she said to me, "You don't have to worry now, my husband has returned home. He can't bring a woman home." After saying that, she turned her head and looked at me with a bright smile. I felt that smile was like sweet dew after rain, moistening my broken heart. Thinking that my wife Wang Chunyang might have been sent back to the community by He Chalong, I asked Liang Li to send me back to the community where I live, so that I can see my wife as soon as possible and ask her what happened. Liang Li nodded and said that she also wanted to send me back and meet my wife at the same time to see what my wife looked like and whether she could attract her husband. At this moment, I was stunned. I thought that Liang Li, such a noble lady, actually wanted to see my wife. What if she quarreled with my wife or even fought with her? Thinking of this, I immediately told Liang Li that I would go back and criticize my wife, and I didn't want Liang Li and my wife to have any conflicts. Moreover, I guess my wife would not dare to meet Liang Li. In the end, Liang Li simply replied, "Okay, then you must keep a close eye on your daughter-in-law in the future." After a while, under my guidance, Liang Li drove the sports car to the gate of my community. Looking at the watch, I found that it was already past 3 in the morning. Although I couldn't wait to run back home to see if my wife was there, I still did not forget to thank Liang Li and habitually stretched out my hand to shake hands with Liang Li. At this moment, Liang Li also smiled and stretched out her hand. I felt that hand was particularly soft, warm and smooth. After I held it, I couldn't bear to let go and wanted to continue to touch her hand. She seemed to notice and didn't want to let go, and her cheeks flushed, but in the end, I still let go. As I was about to get out of the car, Liang Li handed me a business card and said, "Let's keep in touch and help each other." When I heard her say this, I felt that the word was very apparent. Indeed, what Liang Li and I need most right now is to help each other. After all, no one can guess when her husband will come out with my wife again, and no one can stop it. If Liang Li and I can't do something, I dare not imagine what will happen next. Then she asked for my cell phone number and wrote it down before she drove away. I didn't even bother to wave goodbye to Liang Li, and hurried back to the front door. I hurriedly unlocked the door, but I didn't expect that the light was on inside and my wife was already standing in front of me. It seemed that my wife knew that there was no way to avoid it and was ready to have a fight with me. I saw my wife at home, and I felt relieved. But I was still very angry. I just kept my voice as calm and low as possible, and said to my wife, "Tell me quickly, who sent you to the hospital?" "I just went to the hospital, and the doctor said you are fine." The wife just replied, "Since you already know, why are you asking me?" "I do have a stomachache, but when I went to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine." "Do you think I was lying to you on purpose?" Seeing my wife's attitude, I couldn't help but feel even more annoyed, but I remained calm and asked my wife again in a low voice, "Let me help you tell it now. The person who sent you to the hospital is called He Chalong, a boss. Tell me, did you make an appointment with He Chalong to go out and have sex that night?" The wife immediately retorted, "Who is messing around now? I was the one who took the initiative to call Mr. He. I felt uncomfortable in my stomach, and I saw you sleeping like a pig, so I didn't have the heart to wake you up. I just sent a message to Mr. He, and he was still awake, so he drove me to the hospital. I didn't expect that his wife thought he was out picking up girls, and he was worried that his wife would make a fuss, so he kept driving away. I really didn't expect that you would go to the hospital and chase him with his wife. Mr. He and I are just ordinary friends." After saying that, my wife looked at me with angry eyes, as if she wanted to argue with me endlessly. Although I was very angry, I finally compromised to avoid the quarrel. Because I thought that my wife had to go out in the middle of the night and let another man take her to the hospital. But during the whole process, their wife had no time to do anything improper with the man, at least there was no place for it. After all, in the hospital, no matter where, there would be cameras and security guards on duty to monitor. A person of status and position like He Chalong would never do such a dangerous thing. Thinking of this, I felt that since my wife had not suffered any loss, I only needed to ask her to promise that in the future, if she wanted to go out at any time at night, she would tell me, her husband, where she was going. If she had a stomachache or other physical condition at night, she could wake me up, and no matter how deep I slept, I would wake up and not complain to her. Well, I can promise you this. Hanyun, we are husband and wife, and what we need most is mutual trust, right? Nothing really happened between Mr. He and me, you have to believe me. My wife showed a resentful and aggrieved look, and such a look was indeed very lethal, and my whole heart softened immediately. In the end, we didn't take what happened that night to heart, thinking that we still had to go to work tomorrow, so it was more important to continue sleeping, even if it was just for an hour or two. So my wife and I hurriedly changed into pajamas, went to bed, hugged each other, and fell asleep again. The next day, before I went to work, I saw my wife still sleeping soundly, so I kissed her gently before going out. My workplace is not far from the community, and it takes about 20 minutes to drive there. I was finally not late that day, and I sat in the purchasing office drinking morning tea early in the morning. My work is not busy at ordinary times, I just need to complete the company's purchasing accounting table and follow up on the purchasing situation. Therefore, I actually spend most of my working time sitting in the office immersed in thoughts and fantasies. I often think about my wife Wang Chunyang. I always dream that one day I will make a lot of money, no matter how. Anyway, after I have so much money, I will buy a luxury car, a villa, and then live happily with my wife, and bring my daughter who is brought by my parents in my hometown to live in the city. Besides, I also feel that it is very tiring for my wife to take the bus to work, so I need to buy her a sports car like the one Liang Li saw last night. Unconsciously, I thought of Liang Li. In fact, I took the initiative to think of her because her beauty, her plump body, her white skin, and her mature charm made me unforgettable. I soon found that all the fantasies I had that day were related to Liang Li. I no longer dreamed of living a happy and wealthy life with my wife. What I fantasized about was living with a mature beauty like Liang Li. Such a beauty must be much more attractive than my wife. I began to feel strong jealousy towards He Chilong, thinking that he, a successful man, could marry Liang Li, which was really enviable for all men. But fantasy is fantasy, I will never make this fantasy become reality, and it is impossible for such a thing to happen. I know very well that I am just an insignificant little character. However, what I cannot understand is that He Chilong has such a beautiful and charming wife like Liang Li, but he still has affairs with other women outside. Is it really as the rumors say, that men become fickle and bad when they have money? But I have to admit that He Chilong started from scratch. He experienced many difficult years in the past. Later he created a small factory, and then slowly developed it into the large machinery group it is today. It took a very long time. To have such a success today, he must have qualities and perseverance that ordinary people do not have. Now, I know very well that He Chilong is my potential enemy. I even need to send him a signal that I am a man who cares about his wife very much. If he has his eyes on my wife, please stay away from her. He will have no chance. Before I knew it, the whole morning had passed. Just as I was about to go to the company cafeteria to get my lunch, I heard my cell phone ringing. I immediately took it out and saw that the caller ID was actually Liang Li, the phone number I had written down last night. Liang Li called me. I was both excited and nervous, so I answered the phone immediately and said, "I'm Li Hanyun." "Excuse me, are you Miss Liang Li? What can I do for you?" Liang Li on the other end of the phone said to me in a deep voice of a mature woman, "Are you free at noon? I want to have a meal with you and chat with you. I believe you are also interested in chatting with me, right?" When Liang Li said the last sentence, her voice seemed to have a deeper meaning, as if it revealed something. This made me even more nervous, and I was unable to answer for a long time. Chapter 6: Preparing for Positioning and Tracking. The place Liang Li invited me to eat was a famous Western restaurant. This Western restaurant was located in a busy area and had an elegant style. It seemed that we working class people couldn't afford it, so I had never eaten there once. I walked into the Western restaurant with a nervous mood. Because I was wearing a half-worn white shirt, I felt that the waiter was secretly laughing at me. I ignored it and just sat in a hidden position at the back, quietly waiting for Liang Li to arrive. After a while, I finally saw Liang Li, and my eyes lit up. She was much more beautiful than when I saw her last night. Maybe it was because the light was bad at night and she was wearing pajamas, which were very loose, so only her long and plump thighs were exposed, but her figure could not be fully shown. But now, when she appeared in front of me, her slim waist, plump hips, and protruding figure were fully revealed. She looked tall and plump. Wearing 10-centimeter high heels, her overall height was estimated to be 1.75 meters. Her actual height should be around 1.65 meters, which is a very good height among women. As she slowly approached, I was even more amazed by her beauty. She was wearing light makeup, with not very obvious lipstick and powder, but her skin looked delicate and white, and her cherry lips were bright and beautiful. Coupled with her high nose, a pair of charming peach eyes, and a plump face, she was simply a super beauty. However, from the corners of her eyes, one could tell that she was about 35 years old. However, this added to her mature charm. In my eyes, she was much more charming than those young girls. I couldn't help but have some evil thoughts in my mind. I really wanted to have something happen with this mature woman Liang Li. After all, she was a great beauty. With her figure, if she walked on the street, all the men would take a look at her and want to conquer her. Of course, fantasy and reality are never the same thing. Perhaps after these men knew Liang Li's true identity, they would be discouraged and could only swallow their saliva secretly. Liang Li had been looking for me everywhere until I raised my hand. Then she recognized me, smiled at me, and walked towards the table where I was sitting. When she came closer, I smelled an irresistible fragrance coming from Liang Li. I guess she was an expert in using perfume. Anyway, this fragrance intoxicated me and I couldn't stop. She was wearing an embroidered tulle midi dress that day, a mixture of yellow and red. Her soft and smooth curves from top to bottom, like a large vase, and her exposed white calves, made her whole body beautiful. "Have you been here for a long time?" Liang Li said softly with a smile, and sat down. When she sat down, she lifted up her plump thighs, which accidentally exposed the white and tender part of her thigh roots. I accidentally saw it, and my eyes were dizzy. I really wanted to see it more clearly, but soon Liang Li clamped her legs together. I just feel that Liang Li's voice is very nice and attractive. When Liang Li asked me this, I was staring at her breasts, because at that moment I realized that her breasts were the best of the best, absolutely the best in the world. When I saw her smile, I came back to my senses. I immediately shook my head and said to Liang Li, "I haven't been here for long. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I just haven't seen a woman as beautiful as you before." I said this from the bottom of my heart. Liang Li smiled very charmingly after hearing it. After all, every woman likes men to give such compliments, especially when men truly appreciate her beauty. Women dress up to please themselves and to get men's appreciation. I always maintained the appearance of a gentleman, even though my lower body had already had a strong reaction. Facing such a sexy mature young woman, the impulse was really something I had never experienced before. However, I knew very well that the identity of this woman in front of me was not simple, and I could not disrespect her in any way. In the following time, we started a pleasant conversation like all men and women who just met. Although we are both married, it feels like tasting first love again, at least in my opinion. I don't know if Liang Li feels the same way. We talked about each other's age. Liang Li told me directly that she was 38 years old this year, and her husband He Chilong was exactly 53 years old this year. In comparison, I was 32 years old, 6 years younger than her, which surprised me, and I also sighed that Liang Li looked youthful and charming. "You should call me sister. I also hope to have a brother like you," Liang Li said to me. I could tell that she was not joking at all. Of course, I guess she was not the kind of person who was against sister-brother relationships. Therefore, even if she really regarded me as her brother, I still had a chance. I just smiled and replied, "Okay, then I will call you sister from now on." What I was thinking in my heart was that if I could have a relationship with a rich woman like Liang Li, who has a noble status, it would be what I wanted. Although this kind of sister-brother relationship does not mean anything, it can at least upgrade the relationship between us. Next, Liang Li asked me a question that caught me off guard. I can say that this question was so bold that it made me blush, because I had never been asked this question by a woman before. She asked about the frequency of sexual intercourse between my wife and I, and whether our life in that aspect was harmonious. Seeing my blushing face and shyness to answer, Liang Li explained seriously, "I'm sorry, I asked you such a private question, which may embarrass you. But I just want to understand this. I need to clarify this point, it's very important." I told Liang Li that since I was young and full of vigor and my wife was very wild and wanton, both of us had great needs and we had sex basically once every night, sometimes even 2 or 3 times. After hearing what I said, Liang Li blushed and asked me, "So amazing? Aren't you tired?" I told her that it was mainly because I grew up in the mountains and took a Chinese medicine formula prepared by my grandfather since I was a child, so I am very good at that. Hearing what I said, Liang Li couldn't help but blush. I roughly felt that she envied my wife. I guess He Chilong made her very dissatisfied in that aspect, and she was even in a state of waiting for rain after a long drought. Okay, now let's get back to the point. The reason I asked you out this time is actually because I think my husband will have a tryst with your wife next time, so I have to remind you to be prepared, because I want to catch them red-handed. I hope you can cooperate with me. Liang Li spoke to me seriously, with a look of sorrow in her eyelids. I couldn't help but become serious, because this was a hidden danger in my heart. So I asked Liang Li, how should I cooperate with her? Because apart from keeping a close eye on my wife, picking her up from get off work, watching over her at night, and not letting her leave home, I had no other way. If he alone could still do it and have sex with my wife, I really couldn't bear it. Liang Li said to me, he alone is a very scheming man. If he really likes a woman and wants to get her, he will definitely use all kinds of methods. You can't guard against him. Don't think that you can guard against he alone by keeping a close eye on your wife. We must unite and get evidence of his affairs. Then I can file for divorce in court. He must give me more than half of his property, so that his company can't continue to operate and he will go bankrupt sooner or later. If he gets unlucky in the future, your wife will no longer be with him, and he will become a pauper and no one will want him. Hearing Liang Li say this, I couldn't help but be stunned, wondering what had happened between Liang Li and He Qilong. It seemed that Liang Li had regarded He Qilong as her sworn enemy and wanted to find a way to make him completely